Hello everybody and welcome along to today's coverage, English language speaking coverage of the Friday card in Riyadh. 12 races culminating in some very high quality affairs, but it's a pretty low key opener. The going is officially described as fast on the dirt track today, and it's a 0 to 65 handicap for the locally bred runners, which gets the action underway, and we have a full field of 9 making their way on down to the 1200-metre starting point. Quite a few of these are racing from out of the weights here and haven't really shown a great deal of form so far in any case, so you'd be struggling to recommend them. But up towards the head of the international betting market is Moa Tariq, who is currently at 10 to 11 with Hey Fal at 5 to 2, Alruz Alama at 9 to 2, Minkash at 11 to 2. Durat Azman is in it at 10 to 1, and it is 33 to 1 at bar those. Runners then gathering down at the 1200-metre start. A glorious day here in Riyadh, and a market for this opening race headed by Moa Tariq, with Camillo Ospina taking the ride. And Moa Tariq so far has run 4 times, hasn't really progressed though from that first start, which was in a Taif Cup prep race back in August. Ran in a maiden contest last time, finished mid-pack in that, and now steps into a handicap off a mark of 62. As I say, it's a weak race, and he is the flag bearer on ratings coming into today's race. Second in is Hey Fal, who is 0 from 5 so far. Ran pretty well in a maiden contest here 3 weeks ago, and just £3 out of the weights for Hey Fal. I think Minkash could go quite well here. Muhammad Al Nassar on board, taking off a kilo, and Minkash, coming from stall 8, is one of the wider drawn runners here. Has run just the 3 times, but there's been definite promise shown, and he will, I think, on the evidence of the latest run, keep galloping when a few of the others have cried enough. And at around about 11 to 2 on the international race betting market, to be in the 3, I think that's probably a fair play here. Alruz Alamar is another one who's being considered. Turkey Alofi taking the ride on Alruz Alamar, and this one ran pretty nicely at Taif a few times in the summer, but unlike many of these other opponents today, race fitness could well be a little bit of a concern, given that he has not been seen since September. So they are circled at the start here with around about 90 seconds to post time. And it won't be too much longer before the runners are heading in for this first of the day. Market then headed by Moa Tariq, as the field very shortly will be heading into the starting stalls here. Starting stalls positioned down the back straight. But yeah, it's a weak handicap event to get the card underway. It does get quite a bit better than this as the day rolls on. Runners then loading the stalls for this opening race. And Moa Tariq, Camillo Ospina will be coming out of stall number 7. So again, one of those drawn a little bit wider, but with the 9 runners here, wouldn't expect it to be too much of an issue. Heading forward here is Noor Light, horse number 6. Just 2 or 3 others out of line now. All of the races on the dirt track this Friday in Riyadh, and last ahead in will be Caviar, who'll complete the lineup. Just about ready. And off. Jumping away for the opening race in Riyadh this Friday, and away well is Hay Fowler over towards the inside, with up there as well Gala Tamafil in the early stages and now taking it up, with Caviar a little wider out in the blue sleeves and Durat Al Zaman in the light blue colours up with the pace as well. It looks a good gallop as they run left-handed out of the back straight. Norlight is racing with Mincash up towards the outside, and further down the pack as they make the swing for home to find Bada Al Taj, and up around the outside Al Ruz Alama, who'll be looking to stay on late. Moa Tariq is right at the back end of the field as they're now swinging their heads for home, galloping on towards the final 400 metres. Durat Al Zaman and Rayon Al Tuesh now taking it up narrowly as they straighten. Two along the inside, Caviar, who's run well, with back in behind those trying to keep at it Gala Tamafil, Mincash down the outside with Al Ruz Alama and Moa Tariq, who's finally staying on, but they're into the concluding stages here, and with a clear lead is Durat Al Zaman and Rayon Al Tuesh, the best part of 5 lengths to the good, with the running on Moa Tariq staying on strongly to grab second. Back in third will be Mincash, and it's a photo for fourth. Yeah, that's how they've come home in the opening race of the day in Riyadh, and it's a clear winner. Durat Al Zaman, Rayon Al Tuesh taking it up properly at the entrance to the home straight and running clear, getting the better of the deep closers Moa Tariq and Mincash, who have both run well, both running perhaps in a way which suggests that over further in time they may be seen to slightly better effect. I think the winner has just got away from them here today, and clocking a time of 1 minute 16.14 seconds. Number 5, Durat Al Zaman, is the winner. Moa Tariq, 2 lengths behind, finishes in second, another 1.5 lengths back to Mincash in third, and best of the rest, confirmed as fourth, with Al Ruz Al Zama, but it's gone to Durat Al Zaman, an easy winner of our opening race.
دقيقة بس ابغى دقيقة قدم شوي شوي.
يا حبيبي مبروك يا فيصل. كيف شكرا حبيبي. شكرا الله يجزاك.
A kaleidoscope of colour ahead of this second race on the card, and a field of 20, even though we have a non-runner in the shape of number 15, Shifa Yazid. It means that reserve 21, Salatira 7, gets a run and will be the mount of Abdullah Al Hussein. Number 22, Sofon, who was another of the reserves, that one now a non-runner. So 15 out, 21 in. And the 21 horse will take the stall of Shifa Yazid, who was meant to be coming out of stall number 11. Runners are at the post. And be careful here, because we've got number 11, number 10. So 10 is Nabtat Neom, and 11 Najmat Neom. So just a couple of letters difference between those two. And we'll have a look at a few of these as they circle down at the start. We'll just take a quick check on the international betting market. Yakotir is in at 15-8 favourite, with Al Sahala at 11-4. Sebgar Allah at 6-1. Faja Alanea at 15-2. Umniti at 9-1, with Albane at 12s, the same price as Tale Aleas. 14-1 Toshe, and then it's 40-1 bar those. Locally bred fillies here, who have won up to 2 races so far in their careers, and this race is to be run over the distance of 1,400 metres. There's the 19 going through shot, that's Toshe, with Muath Aurakei taking the ride and taking off a 3 kilo allowance as well. There's the 3 Al Sahala, who just went through shot, one of the fancied contenders. Al Sahala, pretty consistent sort, and has actually finished at second in no less than 3 of her 7 career outings, and ran a good 4th in an open contest last time. This should be a bit easier. Yakotir, though, is the international race favourite, carries the Red Stable Silks, and Ricardo Souza Ferreira is taking the ride on Yakotir, who ran 5th of 11 on debut. That was over 1,600 metre trip, so down in trip today, and now looking to get off the mark at the second time of asking Yakotir. That was a promising start to her career. Daughter of Requinto. There's the 21, that's Salitirar 7, who is the reserve who's managed to get a run here, and as I say, will be coming out of stall at number 11. And stood in the middle of the circle there is horse number 16, Mufama, with Nawaf Al-Fayrouz taking the ride. A wide stall for this one, though, will be coming out of stall 16, and has shown very little in 2 runs to date. Sebgat Allah just went through shot there, grey with the white sash. Adal Al-Faradi taking the ride on this one, who is on debut today and looks to have an interesting profile, particularly when you consider that she's drawn in stall number 1 and she has a top jockey booked. I suppose the only thing with Sebgat Allah is that if she was to blow the break, which can be known, particularly one who is on race debut, that stall 1 can very quickly become a bad starting point, because you'll be in behind a wall of horses, particularly in a big field, and then you've got to be ridden ultimately for luck and hope that the gaps appear. So we'll keep an eye on Sebgat Allah down at the start, the newcomer from stall 1. Tale Aleas is the grey in shot there, just going through picture, dark blue with the yellow epaulets, stars on the sleeves. Those silks were not available on all publications, and Yakotir just following that one around. So the loading up process about to get underway. Post time here of 3:55 locally, and an interesting contest here with 1 or 2 nice sorts, some well-bred individuals, and Yakotir at 15-8, the favourite on the international betting, as they're now heading behind the stalls for the second race on the card. Al Sahala is out of line still. Here's the 12 heading in. This is Umniti, with Abdullah Al Saidi taking the ride. Another who is on debut today, horse number 12, Umniti. And a reminder again here, just be careful with your 10 and 11 horses here. 10 Nabtat Neom and 11 Najmat Neom. Down to the final handful of runners now. Starter climbing the rostrum. There's the 14, Rajaha, Tariq Al Mansour taking the ride on this Daughter of Desert party. There goes Taleh Alayas. And out of line as well, Najmat Neom. Drawn very wide here in stall 19. Will only have one wider at the start, that one being Toshe. This is the 2 Albani, who's fancied and is one of the last in. 1,400 metres then ahead of the field, and we're away and racing. And breaking out quite well over towards the inside as they settle, and up with the pace here, the newcomer Sebgat Allah knew her job and brings them along through the early stages, with Mofama crossing over in the white and light blue colours from much wider out. That one racing in second. Rajaha's not too far away, nor now Yakotia in the red colours up around the outside. Taleh Alayez is racing next, just in front of Al Sahala. And then Fakima, who's a little wider out on the track. Faja Alanea is over towards the inside of Toshe. They are the next two, being chased by Solitira 7. And then over to the inside, Nabtat Neom, and a little break back to Motafaela, who heads off the others. It's a wave of three, though, as they run back for home. Yakotia in the red colours around the outside of Farmer, who's now pushed along in the middle, and over to the rails, Sebgat Allah, who now appears to be giving way. Al Sahala's through into fourth, about to go into third and is staying on, and further back to Fakima down the outside as Yakotia and Ricardo Souza Ferreira strike the front narrowly on the approach to the 200-metre marker. Mofama over to the inside, isn't going down without a struggle, however, and then Albane, who's now staying on well, the red sleeves, white cap down the outside, is really powering home, and also staying on well is Motafaela from a very long way back, as close home Yakotia ties up and is claimed by Albane. Albane goes on to win. Solitira 7 was staying on strongly, and so too Motafaela down the outside. Close for the minors in behind, with Yakotia tiring late. Albane it is who goes on to win under Khalid Al-Mamoni in a race of seriously changing fortunes there in the final 75 metres or so. But Albane has come home strongest, drawn in stall 3 and gets off the mark at the 7th time of asking. Wins in quite a dramatic finish there, with a winning time of 1 minute 31.13 seconds clocked. Albane it is who lands the prize. Second place has gone to Motafaela, who's really stayed on well, beaten 1.5 lengths in the end. Ahead back to Solitira 7, who was also finishing with purpose. That one home in third place officially. And they were chased in by Yakotia, who at one point looked to have the race sewn up, but in the end did no better than fourth, tiring inside at the final furlong. It's Albane who lands this locally bred fillies contest.
بس تعال عطنا يلا
Runners now making their way to post for our third race. Again, this for locally bred horses who've won up to 2 races in their careers so far. And we have had the girls do their thing in the previous race. Time for the boys now. And as they make their way on down, a reminder of the non-runners here. Numbers 4, Wazaf, and also 19 Wayak and 20 Yatad. They do not run. 21 does, that's Majal, and that one representing the white stable. You'll just see Majal in the background there with the white headgear and noseband. There he is, a clearer view of him. Camillo Ospina taking the ride on a horse who definitely improved. First run to the second, was 7th on debut, and then ran a good third last time out. That was actually behind Globally, who reopposes here. Globally, who's a likely front runner, horse number 1, and will be partnered by Alexis Marino. And they're in shot, the red stables. Nayard with Ricardo Souza Ferreira in the saddle, and Alshan Farhad with Nawaf Al-Mudiani, another heading to post. 0 from 7 though, that one so far. There in shot is Bab Al-Hawa with Louis Morales taking the ride, and Black Horse, who's quite well named actually, heading on down, officially down as a bay, but it's a very dark shade of bay, that's for sure. There's the 10, Madarik, drawn widest here in stall number 20. Fawaz Al-Shamari taking the ride on this one, and Ghasib there heading down with jockey Naif Al-Anazi on board, and wearing the second set of Prince Faisal's famous red and white silks with the white cap here to help distinguish between his 2 runners as they head on down. Let's take a check on the international betting market. Nayard at 11 to 8 is the favourite. Globally at 11 to 4 with Faiz Al Muhammadi at 11 to 2. Alshan Farhad is in at 10 to 1, the same price as Majal. Mastock at 12 to 1. It's then 18 to 1 Bab Al Hawa and Ghasib, and 20 to 1 Moruth Najid and Malta Sultan and Teslam Yanmeek, and it is 22 to 1 Madarik. 33's bar those, and again a big field here, 18 of them to face the starter. And runners are gathering down at the post for this locally bred horses contest for those who have won between 0 and 2 races in their careers so far. Racing over the thick end of a mile this time, 1,600 metres the journey in front of the field, so again they'll be starting just that bit further down the track. And there is the 2, Nayard, who looks well down at the post. There's the 16, that's Tarsisi, with Nawaf Al Fairuz taking the ride. This one is drawn pretty wide. Ran a fair race on his penultimate outing. That was in a fairly weak sort of open contest. It wasn't a great race for the grade, but last time things didn't really go to plan, and that performance wasn't repeated. Just getting off Ghasib's back there, jockey Naif Al-Nazi. He'll be back on board shortly. Ghasib, who's the other red stable representative here, and this one is on racecourse debut today, so pitched in at probably a fair enough level, but there would be more appealing candidates, I think, on paper. Ghasib currently in the international betting market is an 18 to 1 chance, but the owner's much more fancied Nayard heading the market. Circling then down at the start, and shortly the loading up process will begin with just a minute or so from post time. Ghasib is still being seen to down at the start. Looks as if Naif Al-Anazi is about to get back on board. There's another in the middle of the circle as well. That's number 15, Share. Turkey Alofi taking off a kilo and is on board. Another of the newcomers here. Share will be coming out of stall number 9. But I think would be a surprise winner here. Heading forward, the runners now. Malta Sultan heads forward. Stall 1 for that one. Abdullah Al Saidi taking the ride. There in shot is Mastok with the cheek pieces on. Mohammed Al Hubail just getting his goggles in position. There's globally, number one, big candidate here, Alexis Marino taking the ride, a winner last time out, and as we said earlier on, had Majal behind on that occasion. There's the 5, Bab Al Hawa with Louis Morales in the plate, another of the newcomers in this lineup, horse number 5. And we're now well through loading, about halfway through loading. Share about to head forward. Bab Al Hawa is out of line as well as they continue to slot forward here. And still 7 or 8 of them out of line. Faiz Al Muhammadi is heading in as well. Alshan Farhad is another one out of line. There's Globally in the blue with the yellow spots about to take up position. Nicely Birth Globally as well in stall 2, and another of the well-fancied contenders, Nayard, is due to head into gate 7. Nayard then 11-8 favourite on the international betting. Globally at 11-4. So the 2 favourites are going to be among the last ones out the back here. And another one still to go forward as well is Bab Al Hawa. And then we'll just about be ready to go for this locally bred horses contest. The boys in action this time for those who have won anywhere up to 2 races in their short careers so far. Starter holds the field, and the 18-runner assembly here ready and off, jumping away. And as they get themselves going, Cher was a little bit slow to break out, so too Teslam Yamink, and they are right at the back of the field early, but whizzing through around the wide outside to take an early lead here, Tarzisi, the white cap, positioned a little deeper out at the moment of Nayard, the red-coloured jacket, who's bang there as well, and Globally over towards the inside. Mastok is not too far away, nor at this stage is Alshan Farhad in the red and white hoop sleeves, and Majal, a green cap out wider, taking a nice early position. They're being followed further down the pack by, at this stage, Ekfak with Black Horse, and then up around the outer is Samdan as they're galloping left-handed back towards home. And it is Nayard under Ricardo Souza Ferreira leading by a neck or so to Tarsisi up around the outside. Globally runs the rails, is in third, the jockey just taking a little look behind to see Alshan Farhad trying to move up into it, and Majal, who's ridden along around the outer. And as they straighten up for home, the others being headed off by Feeb Al-Mrakib, who's trying hard to also get involved in the latter stages. But time is fast running out, and there's plenty of ground to make up on leader Nayard, who heads on down inside the final 300 metres. Tarzisi isn't going away, and down the outside, Alshan Farhad could even be a bigger danger here. And Alshan Farhad in the yellow noseband is now coming out after Nayard, who's been prominent all the way, but is getting a bit weary. Nayard to the far side, down the near side, Alshan Farhad and Nayard, who's battling on gamely. Nayard not going down without a scrap here, and it's going to be tight. Nayard may have just got there from in second, Alshan Farhad. What a game effort from the winner. And they came away with, looked like Majal staying on to grab third, being best of the rest. Oh, that was a really tough and tenacious performance from Nayard, with Alshan Farhad closing in down the outside, but ultimately unable to get past. And Nayard has stuck out the neck here for a very, very brave win in a time of 1 minute 43.16 seconds. Beats Alshan Farhad, who is back in second. And they were well clear of the other runners. It was Faiz Al Muhammadi who's come through to grab third in front of Tarzisi in fourth. Majal was just back in behind those fairly similar colours, Majal and Faiz Al Muhammadi from a wide angle there, apologies. But Nayard it is who prevails. What a game effort it was to land this third race on the card under Ricardo Souza Ferreira, who had to be pretty strong in the final 100 metres.
يلا يا شباب. شباب من هنا تعالوا هنا شباب.
Thank you.
Runners now gathering down at the 1600-metre start ahead of our fourth race of the day. This is a maiden contest, so a race for those horses who have not yet managed to register a win so far. The 23 horse going through shot there is Yird Al Roo, who's one of the main runners here, seemingly, with Ricardo Souza Ferreira now hunting a second winner of the day in these colours. And this individual is looking to make it a third time lucky. Yird Al Roo, who finished second in a big field here. That was back last month, and if repeating that, it should be going pretty close. Currently third in on the international betting market, with Al Shafak, the current favourite, at 2-1. Marfad at 130, Yird Al Roo at 5-1. Ed Al Roa at 7-1, 10-1 Celestian, with Istinfar at 11s, Atay at 14-1, 16-1 Wasmi, and Musen, and 18-1 Rasa Al Hama and Zahi Al Majid, and 22-1 bar those as the runners have now gathered behind the starting stalls. Al Shafak then up at the top of the race card will be partnered by Asil Al Sahani, and this one hasn't finished out of the top four in any of the maiden runs so far. When well beaten, that was in a cup race, so probably best forgiven that, and could run a decent race here, I think is expected to. But there are dangers aplenty here. Celestian there was just in shot. Celestian, who's partnered by Bandara Luffy, who takes off the 4 kilo allowance, not to be discounted actually. A light blue coloured jacket. The silks were not in the printed race card, but may well be on your international betting website and are pretty accurate. There's the 11, that's Musen. Musen, who is the mount of Naif Al-Anazi here, as they continue to circle. Will be coming out of stall 17 though, so drawn quite wide, it must be said, on debut here today. And very shortly the loading will commence, with around about 3 minutes to post time. The loading up process is here in Riyadh and in Saudi Arabia. Full stop really, pretty slick to say the least. There's the 11 Musen just going through shot, and they're in the black and grey silks Jabra with Ahmed Al Tayar taking the ride. There's the 6, that's Ed Al Roa, and in the pink colours following that one around is Istinfar, who's widest drawn here in stall number 20. Again, another who is on debut today. A few first-time out runners in this field. Atay on debut, so too Celestian. Istinfar, who we've touched on. Also Musen and Mutaway Al Maidan. Zahi Al Majid as well. So a few of them, as I say, having their first outings on a race course. All new experience for them. And one who could go quite well here, Marfad, Louis Morales taking the ride. And this is a reserve who's managed to get a run. Marfad third on debut, that was last time out. It was a good effort in all fairness. Came home strongly on that occasion, and will be looking to improve on that, and you'd probably expect her to as well, given that she's now got that debut effort behind her. By the way, several non-runners here. We've got 16 who do run, but those who don't, at numbers 3, Baron Wabel, 5, Delman, 9, Lazaz, 10, Mokham Al Nasser, 13, Northern Winner, 14, Now Clear, 22, Laith Al Muhammadiyah, and 24, Amhoch. They are all out. So as I say, that leaves us with 16 runners, and they are now heading into the stalls for this maiden contest, the fourth race on today's Riyadh programme. They're about to head on forward is Marfad, the blue sleeves. Lilac colours there for Al Shafak. This is the current race favourite on the international betting, Azil Al-Zahani, taking the ride on Al Shafak, and has definitely proven effective in these sorts of races before, but just now has to go and win one. But I think the level is about right. Istinfar is out of line still, so too Musen. Jabra as well, and also Yid Al Ru. So a few of the big players, I feel, here among those to be the last loading. Now, Musen just shying away from the stalls a little bit there. Might just have a cue from Jabra and Yid Al Ru with a view to going in. Obviously, they have to cooperate. Now, there's one out the back there. That looks like Zahi Al Majid. I don't think that one's going to run. Stall 13 is empty, and they're off and racing. So withdrawn at the start, Zahi Al Majid, horse number 17, is not with the field, was withdrawn at before the start, and Lena Macho was very slow in getting going. That's the grey trailing the other runners. Up at the head of the pack, another of the greys is showing up well. That's Lemon Tree, who's one from the right as they settle themselves down. Prominent as well is Ate, who's over towards the inside. Jabra now crossing over the black and grey silks, and out a bit deeper Celestian in the light blue. And then Al Shafak in the lilac and white colours now coming forward and tracked through a couple of lengths away by Yirda Al Ru and Istinfar, who works out wider. Musen is following those as they gallop on towards the exit to the far straight, and then Wazmi, and over towards the inside is Marfad with a bit of ground to make up, but is now beginning to make inroads as they head inside the last 600 metres. Jabra has a narrow call over Celestian, who's moving strongly up around the outside. Al Shafak is back in third, then Yird Al Ru in the red colours now being driven along. Deepest of all on the home turn, Istinfar. The others are headed off by the staying on Marfad. But Al Shafak and Azil Al-Zahani cruises on into the lead with less than 400 metres to run. And this Al Shafak, who's got plenty of size about him, bounds on by 2 to 3 lengths from Yird Al Ru, who now takes second, from the tiring Celestine back in third. Marfad continuing to stay on, Wazmi down the right, wide outside in the orange jacket. But this is all over, and this is Al Shafak coming home to a 4 or 5 length victory in the hands of Azil Al-Zahani, just keeping him up to his work in the latter stages. Pushed out, but wins comfortably from Yird Al Ru, who was all out for second, in front of Marfad in third, and Wazmi across the line in fourth. Al Shafak has gone on to win, justifying favouritism on that international betting market, and he looks to be an individual with a little bit about him, doesn't he? He's got plenty of size, and he's kept on well, quickly putting that beyond doubt at turning into the home straight, and scores in a time of 1 minute 43.37 seconds. In his previous runs, he looked more than capable of landing one of these maiden contests, and he's done that by no less than 4 3/4 lengths. Yird Al Ru has run well back in second, with Marfad staying on best of the rest in third, and Wazmi back in fourth. None of them, though, any match at the line for Al Shafak, who runs out a good winner.
الله يبارك فيك.
يلا شباب.
الله يبارك فيك. الله يبارك فيك. خلاص قدم. الله يبارك فيك. الله يبارك فيك. الله يبارك.
Runners are now on the approach to the start for our next race. This is an Arabian maiden for colts only, and you could describe this as a newcomer's maiden because they're all on debut here. So there's actually no form whatsoever to go on, which probably muddies the waters even further. But some nicely bred individuals, and see if the international betting is giving us any clues here. Well, Ekab Al Shal is 13 to 8 and favourite, with Hatal Al Khaladir at 11 to 4. Kasura at 9 to 2, with Shakran Alarin at 11 to 2. Afdal Murtajez at 12 to 1. Sakra Humaylan 16 to 1 chance, with Ashtar Wazit at 20s, 22 to 1. Bar those as they are at the post here. And Ekab Al Shal, the market leader, Adel Al Faradi, taking the ride. And this one, a son of Arwin Al Iraiq, and will be coming out of stall number 3. So well drawn, has got a top jockey booked, and could figure quite highly here as they have now gathered down at the start for this latest race on the Riyadh programme today. Just noticed down at the start, Almaz Dahar Al Bari, horse number 2, slight colour alteration to what was printed, now brown and white colours for this one, as they have gathered down at the start. There's the 14 just going through shot. That's Rad Muhammad Aldaham taking the ride on that one. There's the 2 just going through shot. Almaz Dahar Al Bari, brown and white now. Abdullah Al Humid taking the ride, taking off the 3 kilos. 16 just going through shot as well. That's Sari Amu Barakiat with Naif Al Anazi taking the ride. Stall 5 for that one. And another of the greys, Kasura, horse number 10, just went through shot under Nawaf Al Mudiani on board this son of Nahab Al Khaladir. So purebred Arabians only here. All colts, all newcomers. And they continue to circle down at the start here. The non-runners, 3, Asil Alarin, 6, Gayath Sarmad, 19, Karim Al-Ramlat, 20, Kiran Guda, 21, Ashjar Al-Sayed, and 22, Nabhan, leaving us with a field of 16. And they're now about to head into the starting stalls. There's the 18 going through shot. That is Waj Al-Khair Haysi, Abdullah Al-Musad on board that one. There's the 15, Sakra Humaylan, Abdullah Al Hussein taking the ride on this one, drawn in stall 12. As I say, we're probably looking towards the likes of Ekab Al Shal, who, as mentioned a few moments ago, is 13 to 8 favourite on the international betting market. Maybe Hatal Al Khaladir. You always respect the Al Khaladir runners in these purebred Arabian races. There is the 7 going through shot there. And the 10, another Kasura, who I think could run quite well here. Again, the betting acting as something of a guide. Now Afan Budiano on board Kasura. There's the 14, Rad, with Mohammed Aldaham on board. Another who's nicely berthed here in stall number 6, not too far off the inside. And they race over 1,200 metres this time, so midway down the back straight is where they begin, and they are heading into the stalls. Mandub Al-Kuwalidia heading forward. 18 is out of line as well, Waj Al-Khair Haysi. A lot of these names with an awful lot of syllables. So we'll do our best to get through them. Hopefully it won't be a close finish. And we have had those today. Ekab Al-Shal is about to head forward. Kasura out of line as well. And so too Rad. Okay, final couple then for this purebred Arabian Colts maiden race. They're all in and off, jumping away. And one of the first to be ridden forward here, Jabal Azamilia, a red-coloured jacket, about 3 or 4 from the right. Prominent as well as they settle themselves down is Sari Al-Mubarakiyat, and out a little bit wider is Kasura. And Kasura now coming through to take it up, with up towards the wide outside, Waj Al-Khair Hasey not too far away, nor is Ekab Al-Shal, who's another of the greys. Spot the grey and white coloured jacket with the white cap now pushing forward. Afdal Murtajez is over to the inside in blue and white and followed by Rad, as they're now making the run back towards home, and Mandub Al-Kuwaylidia is up around that one's outside. But Jabal Al-Zamilia and Khalid Al-Mamoni, he was keen for an early lead. He's got it, and now he's trying to hang on to it. Just over 400 metres to run. Waj Al-Khair Hasey is giving chase in second place. Ekab Al-Shal is down the outside in third. Then Afdal Murtajez over towards the inside. And Hatal Al-Khaladir, the blue noseband down the wide outside, is picking up really nicely in the latter stages, but still has ground to make up on Jabal Al-Zamilia, who's giving it a really good go off the front here and looks like holding on. It'll be a double on the card for Khalid Al-Mamoni as Jabal Al-Zamilia makes pretty much every yard of it, sees off Waj Al-Khair Hasey, who's through into second and held on well for that spot. And in front of Ekab Al-Shal down the outside. That one came together with Hatal Al-Khaladir. Jabal Al-Zamilia ridden forward by Khalid Al-Mamoni. It's a double for him on the card, and this one making a winning debut and keeping on really well down the home straight. Wins in a time of 1 minute 23.68 seconds and gets the better of Waj Al-Khair Hasey, who was home in second place, a further 4 1/4 lengths behind, with Ekab Al-Shal running third, another half length back, and best of the other runners was Hatal Al-Khaladir, who filled out fourth. But an all-the-way win for Jabal Al-Zamilia, who makes a winning start to his race career.
أحمد خالد من هنا معلش تطلع اللوحة طلع أحمد
Runners are now at the post for this Arabian Horses maiden. And again, the purebred Arabians are in action this time. Now, the non-runners are numbers 3, Al Wayed, number 9, Talawat Al Thanba, and also 20, Kutov Al-Barak, 21 Linza, and 22 Umbella Al-Zraya. They don't go. Leaves us with a field of 17. And on the international race betting here, Najam Al-Khaladiya is the 7-4 favourite, with Mumtaz Dahem at 4-1, and Belkis Athbar 7-2, Arm Candy at 9-2, Naya at 15-2, the same price as Shafia, and Motased at 10-1, 14-1, Farhad Al-Dalam, Mayad Snam at 25-1, the same price as Al Rayhan and Piccadilly Lady, and it is 40-1, bar those. Unlike in the previous race, a few of these have had racecourse experience. Not so the race favourite, Najam Al-Khaladiya, who is unraced, has the blinkers fitted for this debut run. You wouldn't necessarily take that as a positive. There must be a reason why Connections feel the need to reach for the headgear for the introductory outing. There's the 2 going through shot. That was Majed Snam, a mixture of red, blue and black on the jockey silks here. Yasser Al-Bakawi taking off the 3 kilos. And they are down at the post as the lights are on now for the remaining races on today's Riyadh card. 7 going round there. That's Saif Haysi, who will be coming out of stall number 12. He's had a couple of runs so far, but they haven't resulted in any great success, really. There's Majid Snam going through shot, yellow headgear for that one. There's the 17, Sabah Al-Bayan, with Salman Al-Rashid on board. Salman taking off a kilo. There's the 4, Mumtaz Dahem, with Abdullah Al-Humid taking off the 3 kilo allowance as well. Nice colour markings on the 4 horse there, Mumtaz Dahem, who will be coming out of stall number 7. Actually ran in France back last summer prior to making the Saudi Arabia move. But 3 local outings so far haven't really, again, resulted in much impact over here. There's the 5, Najam Al-Khaladiya. As I say, has the blinkers on for this debut, but seemingly nice and calm down at the start. The 11 in shot there, that's Al Rayhan with Abdulaziz Al Yesh on board, another of the greys here, this one on debut today, and drawn wide in stall 18. Less than 2 minutes to post time now. There's the 13, purple colour jacket for Dabia Al-Ansari, Abdullah Al-Khamis taking the ride on that one as they continue to circle, loading up not too far away now. And here we go, they're slotting into the stalls. Out of line as well, Lucas Gaitan's Belkis Athbar. Alexis Marino taking the ride on this one, has had 2 runs so far. There was a little bit of improvement shown, first run to the second. She's quite speedy, has the hood on now, which might just help her settle a little bit down in trip as well. I think there's a bit to like about Belkis Athbar, and the draw is good as well here, stall 4. So they continue to load up. Won't be too much longer here, 17 of them. There's the 16, Rua Athbar, still out of line. Azil Al-Sahani taking the ride on this daughter of Mr. Ginou. Majid Snam is out of line as well, along with Najam Al-Khaladiya. And also Saif Al-Barazat, who's due across towards the inside into stall number 2. Last one to go forward here will be Majid Snam, and then we'll be ready for this Arabian Horses Maiden. Purebred Arabians set. And away, off and racing. Very awkward beginning there for Dabia Al-Ansari. Purple coloured jacket around the wide outside. Seemed to stumble a little bit as the gates crashed back, but Belkis Athbar is away well. Farhad Aldalam over to the inside in the yellow noseband, and Saif Al Barazat is not too far away either. Mumtaz Dahem is chasing them closely, with Arm Candy up around the wide outside. And also not too far off the speed is Shafia, who's another of the greys, as they're now making the left-handed run back towards the home straight. Saif Hasey is racing next in the black and white colours, and they're being followed over to the inside by Badweer Habs as they're on the home turn. About 500 metres left to go from this point. Farhad Aldalam, the light green sleeves, up along the inside of Belkis Afbar are the leading two as they straighten up for home, and it is Farhad Aldalam still travelling fairly strongly over towards the inside, with Mohammed Al-Sharani yet to really push the button. Now on the attack, though, is Arm Candy down the outside as they race into the closing stages. Shafia is also finishing off the race powerfully down the wide outside as they come into the closing stages, and as they do so, Shafia coming through in company with Rua Afbar. Rua Afbar, the one now picking up the lead close to the finish, and will win going away. Rua Afbar from Shafia, who's home in second, only third Farhad Aldalam, and a little break to the fourth. Yeah, that changed fairly dramatically in the closing stages. Rua Afbar under Aziel Al-Zahani has come through late and fast to make a winning debut, and scores in a time of 1 minute 23.41 seconds. Claims Shafia close home, and Farhad Aldalam, who travelled strongly through the race, only third in the end. Rua Afbar wins by a length and a quarter in a time of 1 minute 23.41 seconds, beats Shafia. Farhad Aldalam in third, and best of the remainder, Motased, came through for late gains in fourth. But it's a winning start to Rua Afbar's career.
ليش؟ يلا لازم تجيب صورة لازم.
Our next race is an Arabian Horses Open contest, and we're due off at 6:15 local time. Non-runner this time is Jcsa, horse number 10. It leaves us with a field of 10. Racing over the 1,600-metre trip, so they'll be a little bit further down the chute at this time. Jcsa heads the market here at 2-1. Hashem at 3s. Shalal Alderey, who's in shot there, horse number 9, is a 4-1 chance on the international betting market as they gather down at the post, with Muazzez Al Khalidi at 11-2, Istiglal at 6-1, 14-1 Nashmi, Shibal Gouda and Sirur Gouda are both at 20-1, Haddad Al Fab at 25s, and Merjan Ramadan at 50-1 is the outsider. Gathering down at the start, Urshan, who likes to go forward in his races, will be partnered by Alexis Marino, and drops back in grade today, which is likely to help, given that he's just been coming up a little bit short, having tried to dominate tougher races in recent times and ultimately failed. Hashem at 3-1. Abdullah Al Saidi taking the ride as they gather down at the 1,600-metre starting point, and there in shot is the 8, that's Shibal Gouda, with Tariq Al Mansour just making some final adjustments on arrival down at the start. Shibal Gouda, one of a couple of runners in the race for owner Hosam Abdullah F. Aldama, the other being Sirur Gouda, whose jockey sports the blue cap. You might just be able to see their horse number 11, the beige number cloth, near the pickup, and Sirur Gouda, who's 1 from 6 so far in his career. Shibal Gouda, 3 from 25, so they've got very different sort of profiles. They're both capable enough, but we'll probably both find this a little bit tough, I'd say, today. Abdullah Al Saidi just jumped off Hashem for a few last-minute adjustments, but he's back in the saddle now. Horse number 3, navy with the grey sleeves and cap, and to UK and Irish viewers, those silks, not that they're the same owner obviously, but sitting above a grey horse, evokes memories of a certain desert orchid from years and years ago. Hashem here, horse number 3, second in on the international betting market. 4 wins from 36 career outings, but the latest of those successes came over a year ago. But he does boast the highest rating of any of the runners here, off a mark of 100 for today's outing. Less than 2 minutes to post time now. There is Sirur Gouda, whose jockey Meshal Al-Mazid wears the blue cap. The 9 horse here, Shial Alderey, deserves a mention as well. Lightly raced individual, has only had the 4 starts, did win last time out, cracking it with a win over 1,800 metres, so back in trip today will probably want a good gallop to aim at here, but with the likes of Urshan in the field, there'll probably be no hanging around, so Shial Alderey definitely an interesting contender here. I'd imagine would be dropped in as well from stall 11, Muafa Al-Rukai taking the ride. Loading up underway, shouldn't take too long. Shibal Gouda about to head forward in front of Sirur Gouda. Nashmi out of line as well. Khalid Al-Mamoni looking for a 3rd winner today. Azil Al-Zahani, also a winner of 2 races here in Riyadh today. Doesn't have a ride here though. We'll see Asil back in action later on. Final 3 to load up. Cyril Gouda heading forward. Merjan Ramadan about to slot forward now. And Hashem will be last to load, with the blind on as well for stalls entry. Stall 5. We're just about ready then. Race 7, Arabian Horse Open Contest, they're away. Hashem a little slow in getting going, so too up towards the outside as they settle themselves down. Shell Aldere, that one at the back end of the field. One of the first ones to show to an advantage will be Merjan Ramadan up towards the outside, with racing handily as well Nashmi along the rails in the light green, and out a bit wider Shibble Gouda, the white cap, and deeper out to the red headgear of Ershan, and Hashim now beginning to close up a little bit in the navy and grey silks, with Haddad Al-Fard following in the black colours, and then over to the inside Muazzez Al-Khalidiyya in the light blue. Cyril Gouda is out wider on the course in company with Istiglal as they now race out of the back straight, and Shalal Aldere follows them a few lengths adrift, but is going to need the pace up ahead to collapse somewhat here, and it's not the strongest of gallops which has been set through the opening half of the race. All of the others are pretty tightly bunched here, and on the home turn it is Shibble Gouda leading them in from fellow grey Hashim around the outside. 2.5 lengths back is Nashmi in third, and then towards the outer Cyril Gouda is in fourth, now going into third place as they round the final turn. It's a grey horse race at the moment. Shibble Gouda along the fence, Hashim on the attack down the outside. They are 5 lengths clear of Cyril Gouda, who's trying hard to pick them up, is back in third. Then Muazzez Al-Khalidiyya and Istiglal, but a good battle on here with 200 metres to run. And up ahead it is Shibble Gouda with the rails to help. Down the outside Hashim, still precious little to separate the pair. Hashim having a real job in getting past Shibble Gouda as they drive towards the line. Shibble Gouda a neck in front, and Hashim tries hard. Shibble Gouda is too strong and fended off Hashim, with Muazzez Al-Khalidiyya making it a 1-2-3 for the Greys. That one back in third. Good race, good finish. Shibble Gouda under Tariq Al-Mansour fought every step of the way and holds off the persistent challenge of Hashim, who's held every chance down the outside. Shibble Gouda in a time of 1 minute 51.56 seconds beats Hashim by a head. It was a further handful of lengths back to the eventual third. Here's the freeze on the line. Through for third was Muazzez Al-Khalidiyya, who's run home pretty nicely under Fahad Al-Faradi without being any threat or danger to the leading pair, who have really both knuckled down there in the closing stages, and it's Shibble Gouda who proves just that bit too tough.
علي. أحمد يلا هنا صاي واحدة بس فيصل. هنا فيصل. شكرا ابو فيصل.
Runners now on their way to post for an Arabian Horse Open contest. Again, purebred Arabians in action here. And the distance in front of the field, 1,600 metres, and we have 11 of them, a full field here. There is the 6 horse on the way to post, or rather the 2, Al-Barak Al-Kaladir. Al-Barak Al-Kaladir with Adel Al-Faradi taking the ride. There's the 7, Alia, heading on down as well, and now Afal Mudiani now taking the ride on that one. There goes the 6, Shaki Al-Naif. The 9, Al-Naila, double seeking Tariq Al-Mansour taking the ride. We can take a check on the international race betting here with Jcsa favourite at 5-4, Al-Naila at 130, 9-2 Armas, 6-1 Sultanat Barzan with Afir Athbar at 13-2. It's then 25-1 Alia with Al-Barak Al-Kaladir at 28-1, the same price as Hasib Al-Shahania and Shaki Al-Naif, and Faka Al-Barazat at 40-1 with Al-Adala. So Jcsa, horse number 10. This one coming into the race with plenty to like about her profile. She won her first 2 races and has finished at 4th in her 2 subsequent outings. But one of those was in a Group 3 and back into open company today. And the mount of Guillaume Gedge definitely looks to be an interesting contender here. One of the brighter lights seemingly in this field will be coming out of stall number 9. Maybe Al-Naila, who is looking to provide jockey Tariq Al-Mansour with a double on the card. She's 1 from 5 so far, could rate the main danger, has got that course and distance win to her name, and ran 2nd of 20 around here in this grade of contest last time out. That rates a really good piece of form to arrive off the back of, and Al-Naila should be running quite a big race here tonight. Armas at 9-2, next in the market, and perhaps went off a little bit too quick over C&D last time out. Stall 11 today. It'll be interesting to see what Alexis Mourinho plans to do, because if he pushes forward from a wide draw, there's every danger of burning Armas out once again, and dropping in is obviously completely different tactics. So I think a watching brief here with Armas, what actually gets done in the race itself. There is Jcsa, the black and orange coloured jacket, just going through shot there. And the runners are at the post now. There is Al Burak Al Khaladia. We so often say with these purebred Arabian races that the Al Khaladias are always worth keeping a very close eye on here. Al Burak Al Khaladia, that probably would have applied had it not been for a pretty below par debut effort when finishing only 10th of 17 in a 1200 metre maiden here a week ago. Up in grade today, but is going to have to take a really big step forward to make an impact here. So the runners are at the post, and we've got a couple here representing owner Abdul Malik Ahmed Al Hussein, and they are Fakhr Al Barazat and also Al Adala, two of the bigger priced runners. There's the 8, that is Al Adala, jockey wearing the yellow cap, and the 4 there, that's the other one, Fakhr Al Barazat, the jockey in the white cap, as they continue then to circle here. And Mohammed Aldaham on Fakhr Al Barazat. There were a few jockeys in the race card which weren't listed. Fakhr Al Barazat, jockey Mohammed Aldaham, as I say, wasn't listed but does ride. 7 Alia is Nawaf Hamuriani's mount here, and 8 Al Adala with Ammar Al Atabi taking the ride. Loading up then for this 8th race, the 8th of 12 on the card. Just a few seconds to post time. And Fakhr Al Barazat about to head forward now. Nicely berthed here in stall 2. But needs to take a really big step forward on anything shown prior to today. Alia is about to slot forward as well, along with Hasib Al Shahania. The final few are now heading into line. Shaki Al Naif will be the last one in for this Arabian Horse Open contest. 11 runners, and Shaki Al Naif will complete the lineup. Oh, there's one other as well, Athir Athbar, just away from the stalls here, and just taking a turn, ready to... Off comes jockey Alexis Mourinho. I wonder if there's a bit of an issue here with Armas. Or is it... yeah, Armas, I beg your pardon, not Athir Athbar. Armas. This is just a few small moments of concern, but quickly back in the saddle now, Alexis Mourinho. So, good news there. Armas due to head into stall 11 on the wide outside. Athir Athbar, the other Athbar Racing stable runner, right along the inside here. We're just about ready to go. Lined up and away. And as they race into the early stages of this, then Fakhr Al Barazat is showing up prominently. So too is Al Burak Al Khaladia, and also racing handily is Sultan Barzad up around the outside. Black cap of Athir Athbar is over towards the inner, followed by Alia, and then out a little wider Shaki Al Naif as they continue their work going down the back. Armas in the blue headgear on the wide outside, now coming through to just about take it up. Also racing wide out on the track is Al Adala, as crossing right over now Armas. Alexis Mourinho again pushing the pace on this individual. Well back in the field is Jcsa, the black and orange colours at the moment, but will have a good pace to run at. And Hasib Al Shahania is well towards the back of the field as well, a little bit detached in all truth, as they're now making the run back for home. Armas then has gone pretty quick, as was the case when curling up here last time. How much has been left in reserve for the finish? Coming back to the field slightly now, Armas from Afir Athbar, the black cap, blue and grey diamond sleeves over to the inside. Grey horse around the outer is Al Barak Al Khaladir, and then making ground up quickly is Al Naila right around the outside and sweeping forward now under Tariq Al Mansour. He's ridden this one very confidently. Al Naila goes on, but now the danger appears to be Gista, who's coming from out of the pack and moves into second place. Armas is one pace only back in third. They're into the closing stages. Al Naila, driven out, is 2 lengths in front of Gista, and it's these two down to the finish, with Al Naila proving strongest on the run to the line. Tariq Al Mansour at the double. Confident ride sees Al Naila home, beating Gista into second place. Armas was back in third, and in turn coming away from Al Barak Al Khaladir in fourth. Al Naila has gone on to win and has won it pretty readily, it must be said, under a pretty confident ride from Tariq Al Mansour. A double for him on the day, and striking in a time of 1 minute 51.56 seconds. Al Naila goes on to record a second career victory and beats Gista by 2.5 lengths. Armas has run well back in third, pushed that pace along, but was always going to be left vulnerable to a finisher. And fourth across the line was Al Barak Al Khaladir. But it's Al Naila's night, and she wins. Double on the card for Tariq Al Mansour. Runners are now making their way on down for a purebred Arabian handicap, 0 to 70 rated runners at this time. And as they head to post, there is Rima Aynuna, who's 0 from 4 so far, and being followed on down to the post by Sedik, who's one of the greys in the field here. Abdullah Al Saidi taking the ride on that one, but drawn wide in stall number 14. There's the 15 heading on down. That's Nufa Al Barak. Riyadh Al Fayroz taking the ride on this one, and Nura there with Ahmed Al Lofi, who takes off the 3 kilos heading to post. We've got 14 of them this time. Number 13, Kafuk, is the non-runner. But of the 14, might not be the most competitive of races. As they head on down, there's the 2 heading out, Sajan Al Khaladir, who's another of the greys, and now Al Fayrouz taking the ride on this one. And there's Maythab Al Zamili heading to post as well, with Abdullah Al Khamis in the saddle. So an interesting contest, and we can have a little look at the international race betting here. Sajan Al Khaladir at 15 to 8 at favourite, with Slick at 11 to 4, John de Violette at 130, with Schmock Star at 4 to 1, 15 to 2 at Sedik, with Almo Handis at 18 to 1, the same price as Rima Aynuna, 20 to 1 at bar those. They are making their way down to the start here for this latest race, the 9th on the card, and 100,000 Saudi Riyals in win and place prize money here. So the prize money taking a bit of a lift here as we build towards the end of the card. We've still got some big races to come following these handicaps. Is the 7 horse with a big white face. That's Schmock Star, one of a couple in the race for owner Ibrahim Salem Al Hawiti, who also saddles Rima Aynuna. So they are gathering across at the start. There's Fawaz Aliat Najid briefly in shot, and the 3 there, Maythab Al Zamili, gathering down at the start, along with horse number 4, now in the brown and white colours, Sabaya Fadi, who will be coming out of stall number 5. So they're at the post here, and shortly we'll be heading behind the stalls for this 0 to 70 rated handicap contest. Just dismounted down at the start is the 12 at Sedik, just receiving a few last-minute adjustments. There's the 2, Sajan Al Khaladi, and now Al Fayrouz on board. 0 from 7 this one so far. But up towards the head of the betting market, has been placed in a couple of track and trip maidens. They were back in 2023 though. But in recent times has been racing over much further than tonight's trip. So it might just be that a return to this sort of distance looks a more realistic assignment. I didn't think necessarily it was the most competitive of races here, with Slick second in. Slick, who I called to win a few weeks ago around here. Azil Al Zahani taking the ride, seeking his 3rd winner on the card. I think with Slick you will get a good run for your money here. There's Sajan Al Khaladir just going through shot, and you'll spot there the 11 horse. So we mentioned Ibrahim Salem Al Hawiti with a couple of runners here. Ziad Al Jabri, who claims the 3 kilos off Rima Aynuna's back, will now be in a yellow cap as opposed to the black cap worn by Alexis Marino on Schmock Star. 2 runners in the same ownership, same colours. So they are about to start the loading up process. Sajan Al Khaladi are about to head forward along with Rima Aynuna, and also the 8 Almo Handis, who's the mount of Hamza Saad, as they slot forward. Number 1 is John de Violette, looked well beforehand, heading forward now. Treble seeking Tariq Al Mansour in the plate. These loading up processes are so slick, aren't they? They do such a good job. Almost set to go. Will that be a bit of an omen for the 9-horse here, I wonder, Slick? Let's find out. We're just about set to go. 0 to 70 Arabian handicap. And they're off, jumping away. And one of the first to show to advantage from stall 4, Nafsa Alamad crosses over the gold sleeves to show up handily and races with a narrow lead over Lady Di, who's along the rails. They are the first two. Lady Di pretty tiny in comparison, without a little bit wider Sabaya Umfadi. And as they make the left-handed turn out of the back straight, Sajan Al-Khaladia is racing prominently as well. They're a few lengths further in advance of Rima A. Nuna, who's up towards the outside of Almo Handies, and then John de Violette, who's looking to step a little bit closer. And likewise on the home turn, Nura, who's being followed around the outside by Maythab Al-Zamali, who's got plenty to do. So has Slick, as they're now coming back on into the home straight. Fawaz Aliat Najid is chasing those, but they're homeward bound, and going on now Sajan Al-Khaladia, and opens up by a couple of lengths here under Nawaf Al-Fairuz. It is in front, Sajan Al-Khaladia, to in second position, trying hard to box on Nafs Al-Mahad. Down the outside, finishing off well, is Nura, the blue and white coloured jacket, and also Fawaz Aliat Najid right over the top towards the outside, and Fawaz Aliat Najid and Nawaf Al-Mudiani getting through to win from in second position, Nura. And it was close for the miners in behind those. Getting quite tired over towards the inside was Sajan Al-Khaladia, and running home quite nicely was Nafs Alamad, with Rima Inuna also trying to pick up late. Fawaz Aliat Najid, though, is the one who's come widest and fastest to claim the prize, and Nawaf Al-Mudiani wins in a time of 1 minute 23.25 seconds. Nura through for second, in the end beaten 3/4 of a length. And they were followed in third place by Nafs Alamad, who got going again under Eddie Castro. As I say, grabs the third spot in front of the tiring Sajan Al-Khaladia, who made a bid, but in the end was worn down. Wide and fast, Fawaz Aliat Najid has come home in front in that Arabian handicap for 0 to 70 rated runners.
ارحبوا يلا حبيبي
Welcome back. Runners making their way on down to the start. We're going to be a little bit late off for this 7:40. They had a slightly shorter gap between the previous race and this one, and they've just been struggling to keep to time. But then we've got a longer gap between this one and the next one, so I think ahead of the two feature races there'll be plenty of other things going on. We still, of course, have the Princess Munira bint Abdulaziz bin Said bin Jalawi Cup, and also the Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz International Cup. That's a Group 1 to finish the night's action in just over an hour or so's time. This, however, is a purebred Arabian handicap for 70 to 90 rated runners, and they are heading on down. And the non-runner here, number 6, Batash Al-Kaladir, leaving us with 15 for this up-and-coming contest. And as you can see, the starting point right down the far end of the chute, 2,000 metre start. So, yeah, I can see this race going off around about 5 minutes late. Hopefully they're able to catch up for the two big ones to finish off. As I say, they will have a little bit more time between this one and the next one. The international betting here sees Al Suwaida in as the 5-2 favourite, with Shagal Al Mori at 130 and Sakran Al Kaladir at 11-2. Mr. De Faust similarly priced. 15-2 Al Taya, with 10-1 Amwaj Al Baha, 12-1 Adam El Kir, 16-1 Tawa Madison and Amra Guda, as they continue to make their way on down. Muna at 20-1, Bliss at 22-1 with Sati Al Hazam, 25-1 Jawad Al Kaladir and Alhambra, and Prince Armour at 28-1 is the outsider. 15 runners then in the absence of horse number 6. Al Suwaida then heading the international betting market and is the mount of Abdullah Al Rashid, and Al Suwaida comes here as a 7 times winner, and actually scored here back in February of last year. That was off a pound lower, so back clearly to a very workable sort of mark here. And Shagal Al Mori is second in at odds of 130. Ricardo Souza Ferreira, looking for a double on the card, is taking the ride on Shagal Al Mori. Horse number 5, French import, and actually joined these connections with a decent rating, now down to a good mark, and rates a big player here tonight, does Shagal Al Mori, coming out of stall number 8. And Sakran Al Kaladir, as we said earlier, you always respect the Al Kaladir runners in these types of races. An 11-2 chance on the international betting market, has won 3 times before, dropping down from open level to handicap company today. And maybe a bit interesting as well that Camilo Ospina taking the ride, stall 12 for Sakran Al-Khalidiyah, so will be drawn up towards the outside here as they gather down at the start. So this is slightly delayed at 7:40 in Riyadh. The 11 horse there, Amwaj Al-Baha, a little bit on her toes down at the start. She's drawn in stall 14 with Mohammed Al-Hubail taking the ride. Form figures are relatively attractive though. She's a lightly raced individual and ran second in a maiden back at last week, but more improvement I'd say still to come, as I say, given that she's only got the 3 career runs to her name so far. If you're looking for a last time out winner, then Mr. De Faust likely to appeal. This one a 5-1 chance on the international betting market. Still an unexposed individual as well, and he's racing up against older opposition here today, but again is nicely berthed in stall 4 and can't be discounted in what is quite an open race. He wears the blinkers, Mr. De Faust, and Abdullah Al Hussein taking the ride. Loading up process getting underway now. 2,000 metres is the journey. It's the longest race on the card. And as I say, this race, we've just slipped past the clock a little bit here. And there is a bigger gap between this race and the one which follows it. So hopefully we'll be back on track for the 8:20 contest. Still a few out of line here, including Prince Armour, who's one of the bigger priced runners on the international betting market. Suleiman Al-Hudef taking the ride and taking off 4 kilos in an allowance as well. Mr. De Faust is out of line still, and so too is Al Suwaida, Abdullah Al-Rashid, this well-fancied contender, back into a handicap today and looking for an 8th career success. Last one going in. Just about ready. Lined up. And they're off, jumping away, and quite awkward in getting going was Prince Armour, the grey, one from the left. Broke almost sideways. Settling themselves down and racing handily here, Sakran Al-Khalidiyah is going to race into a 2 to 3 length lead in the early stages. It looks a very gentle pace though, with racing prominently as well Amwaj Al-Baha down the outside, and then in third Chagall Al-Mouri in the blue silks, with over to the inner Bliss, and not too far away either in these very early stages Alhambra, as they dawdle their way through the opening couple of furlongs. Up towards the outside, as they rejoin the course proper, is Al Suwaida, who's being followed on the outside at this stage by Adam Al-Kir, and also Tawa Madison, who's on the extreme left in the blue noseband, another of the greys. Mr. De Faust is well back at the moment, along with Jawad Al-Khalidiyah, and also well down the pack is Muna, as they now make the run, becoming increasingly stretched out going down the back straight, and Chagall Al-Mouri has now moved on to Amwaj Al-Baha racing in second. Sakran Al-Khalidiyah is over towards the inside, with Adam Al-Kir a little bit wider out and now just being chivied into the bridle, with Tawa Madison looking to step forward, tracked up around the wide outside by the recovering Prince Armour following that pretty awkward start, and then over towards the inside is Bliss as they're making the run back towards the straight, and it is Chagall Al-Mouri, this French import, now looking to crack it in Saudi Arabia, and races clear under Ricardo Souza Ferreira into the final 400 metres of the journey. Looking strong here, Chagall Al-Mouri, to in second position Amwaj Al-Baha, who's giving chase, and then Tawa Madison, who is through into third, without a little bit wider Prince Armour, who's run well in the circumstances, but Chagall Al-Mouri finding plenty here in the closing stages, and is running riot. This was an Arabian handicap and has turned it into a procession. An impressive win here for Chagall Al-Mouri, a double on the card for Ricardo Ferreira. Eased down to win by getting on for double digits. Second position, Anwar Al-Baha, and it's close for the minors in behind those. Chagall Al-Mouri has come on to win very easily in that 70 to 90 rated contest in a time of 2 minutes 20.89, and really strode to the line with purpose there under Ricardo Souza Ferreira, who registers a double on the card. And Waj Al-Baha is through for second, some 10.5 lengths back. Bliss has got the best of it for third. Bliss finishes in third and fourth. It was very close for those minors in behind, but just waiting for the fourth placed runner to be confirmed. But only one horse in the camera shot. Any camera shot you like, head on, a side on, it doesn't matter. It was Chagall Al-Mouri who's torn them apart in race 10, beats Amwaj Al-Baha, Bliss, and fourth home, Prince Armour, who ran well following a dreadful start.
كلكم ما يدري الله العافية. سايس شيك
The first of tonight's feature races in Riyadh is the Princess Munira bint Abdulaziz bin Musayed bin Jalawi Cup. 300,000 Saudi Riyals on offer here, half of those going to the winner. And we have a classy field of 7 making their way on down to the 1,600-metre start. It's a race for the purebred Arabians. Non-runners here, numbers 2 Al Gheed and significantly number 3 Bint Galiat Al Khaladia. They do not run. So as I say, 7 of them. And in the international betting, it's Dim Al Baha who is the even money favourite, with Khalid Al Mamoni on board looking for a third winner on the card. Mubarazat Al Khaladia, big chance as well here, 5-2. Al Nasrallah at 17-2, Lacey de Violette at 9-1, Afal at 11-1 with Maha Al Khaladia at 12s, and Shatterat Al Karnain is in it at 20-1, and the outsider in this 1 mile contest, 1,600 metres in metric terms. There is Dim Al Baha making her way on down to the start. She draws stall 8, 5 out of 6 so far, and managed to win at this meeting last year. Apologies, we just had a small technical glitch there. As we were saying, indeed a win at this meeting last year, and got the man in form on her back here, this Dim Al Baha, and unbeaten so far this season. And as I say, Bint Galiat Al Khaladia rated one of the main dangers here, so lots to like about the prospects of Dim Al Baha, particularly now that the 3-horse is a non-runner. But there are still Al Khaladia horses to worry about. Mubarazat Al Khaladia, number 8 on the card, has the assistance of the champ Adel Al Faradi, and Mubarazat Al Khaladia 6 from 11. Could still be a little bit more to come, but I think with Mubarazat Al Khaladia stretching her out to the 1,600-metre trip, it's not worked in the past, and finished runner-up last time out. That was back in September, but if they go hard here, it might not suit. I think Mubarazat Al Khaladia will need to be ridden to stay here. And what about the other Al Khaladia in the race, Maha Al Khaladia? I think if this race had been a few months ago, she'd have been quite a bit shorter, because she was on a real winning streak. But of late, her form has just dipped somewhat, and she's not really been troubling the judge too much. 9 from 18 in her career, but a losing sequence now of 5 races in a row. And that was a weaker contest where she dropped away last time out. So she's on a little bit of a recovery mission somewhat, this Maha Al Khaladia. But at the same time, it wouldn't be a huge surprise to see her bounce back in this big race. She's very smart on her day. So they're at the post, less than 2 minutes to the scheduled off time now for the penultimate race on the card. There is Afal, Abdullah Al-Orfi taking the ride, the blue and light yellow quartered jacket. Afal, who is an unexposed mare, but has a fair bit to find on the official figures. What about Al Nasrallah here? 17-2 chance on the international betting, well drawn in stall number 1, and has finished in the top 3 in 8 of her 11 career starts, but a little bit disappointing back in November in a listed race on her most recent run, and that will need improving on. Loading up then for the Princess Munira bint Abdulaziz bin Musayed bin Jalawi Cup. Afal heading in, so too Lacey de Violette. She could run quite well here. And also the 7, Maha Al Khaladia, who needs to come back to form. First of tonight's features, they're ready. And they're off. Jumping away for the Princess Munira bint Abdulaziz bin Musayed bin Jalawi Cup. And in the early stages, it looks a fairly gentle tempo, with Afal cutting out the running, with up towards the outside Maha Al Khaladia racing a close second. Fellow Grey Al Khaladia, Mubarazat Al Khaladia, tracking the leader over to the rails. Lacey de Violette in the dark colours is out wider, together with Dim Al Baha. And then towards the back end of the field run both Afal, and also at the back is Shahid Al Qarnayn as they head down the back straight, and as they do so, Nasrallah the one towards the back with Shahid Al Qarnayn. It's Afal who cuts out the running. Afal in front by 2 lengths over Maha Al Kaladia in second. Then in third, Dim Al Baha getting a toe into the race and moving nicely under treble-seeking Khalid Mamoni. Then over to the inside is Mubarizat Al Kaladia, who's looking to come a little closer. Lacey de Violette around the outside, and then Nasrallah, and finally Shahid Al Qarnayn as the field make the journey back towards the straight. Afal just took a false step 50 yards or so back. He's trying to wind up the pace here into the home straight. Less than 600 to run. Afal with now Dim Al Baha launching the first attack, and it's a big one around the outside and quickly commits for home and kicks away. Dim Al Baha under Khalid Al Mamoni taking the race by the scruff of the neck. Afal's running is done. Second place is held by Maha Al Kaladia with Mubarizat Al Kaladia into the clear and running on down the outside, but for a place only. It is Dim Al Baha in a clear lead. An attacking ride here from treble achieving Khalid Al Mamoni, and will win this Princess Munira bint Abdulaziz bin Musaid bin Jalawi Cup in a canter. Dim Al Baha is the winner, and an impressive one from the 2 Al Kaladias, Maha and Muzarazat, who gave chase to the winner without posing any great threat. Dim Al Baha has gone on to land the prize, won it really impressively as well, justifying favouritism on the international race betting. Dim Al Baha in a time of 1 minute 51.32 seconds streaks away with victory and has won with any amount in hand. Much better tonight from Maha Al Kaladia, who chased her home, finishes some 6 1/4 lengths back in second, with Mubarizat Al Kaladia in at third, never really threatening, beaten a further 1.5 lengths back into third place, as we say, and we'll get fourth confirmed shortly. But Dim Al Baha runs out an impressive winner of the first of tonight's features, beating Maha Al Kaladia and Mubarizat Al Kaladia into second and third places. They were no match for Dim Al Baha, an impressive winner.
Good race. Nice.
Tonight's feature race in Riyadh, race 12, is the Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz International Cup. It's a Group 1 for the 4-year-olds and upwards purebred Arabians. Distance, 1,800 metres, and as you'd imagine, what a classy field we have here. And on the international betting front, Najib Al-Zaman is the market leader at 13-8. Second in is Nadem Al-Mulk Al-Khaladiya, who's in at 2-1. Adib Al-Shahaniya is in at 9-2. Turkey Al-Khaladiya, 15-2. Mutawakkel Al-Khaladiya at 14-1. Al-Harith at 16-1 with Mustabshil Al-Khaladiya. Moshrif at 20s, Al-Qasr at 25s, the same price as Preciosa Al-Ashai. The non-runner here is horse number 9, Douglas, leaving us with a field of 10. And there's 1.5 million Saudi Riyals on offer in win and place prize money. 750,000 going to the winner. Let's have a look at a few of these. Najib Al-Zaman then heading the international betting market, the UAE President Cup winner. And ultimately, this horse is one of the very best purebred Arabians on the planet. And actually bumped into the reopposing Nadam Al-Mulk Al-Khalidiyya last time. Might just sit a little bit closer to him than was the case last time out. They were 1 and 2. It's a fascinating rematch between them here. And we'll see who comes out on top this time around. Adib Al-Shahaniya is a 9-2 chance. Mohammed Aldaham taking the ride on Adib Al-Shahaniya. And this one stepping up into a Group 1 after a pretty decisive victory in an open race back a month ago. And then Turkey Al-Khalidiyya, another of the Al-Khalidiyya runners here. Fahad Al-Faradi taking the ride on this really consistent horse who's into the veteran stage of his career now. And he was third in the race behind Nadam Al-Mulk Al-Khalidiyya over 1,600 metres here 3 weeks ago. And he could go well too, this Turkey Al-Khalidiyya, certainly not one to be underestimated. Of the others, Mutawakkel Al-Khalidiyya, with treble-seeking Ricardo Souza Ferreira on board. This is a 10 times winner who came back from 2 years off, returned to winning ways back last month, was 4th in the race won by Nadam Al-Mulk Al-Khalidiyya last time. A lot of them rematching here. And as I say, in that particular race, it was very much a case of Najib Al-Zaman and the winner, Nadam Al-Mulk Al-Khalidiyya, fighting out the finish that day. So the others, for all they've got chances, do just need to take a bit of a step forward. But different distance here today. They're racing over 1,800 metres. So it may be folly to expect exactly the same outcome as it was, as the field are now at the post here. Many of these, the majority of them in fact, are greys. The only ones who are not are Adib Al-Shahaniya, Mostabsil Al-Khalidiyya and Najib Al-Zaman. All of the others are greys. And they're about to head behind. The only filly in the race, or mare now as she is Preciosa Al-Ashai, who probably needs to take a bit of a step forward. Was behind the likes of Adib Al-Shahaniya earlier on in the season. Probably just lacks the talent to win this. So the runners are heading into the stalls here. People have been coming through the doors most of the night and assembling to witness this prestigious event, the Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz International Cup Group 1. And we're down to the final handful of runners to load up. Najib Al-Zaman looks like going off, the international race favourite here at 13-8 with Camilo Ospina in the saddle. Heading forward now, drawn in stall 3 as well, nicely berthed. Adib Al-Shahaniya gets the inside stall to run from, and about to head in, and will just about complete the lineup. We're ready, set to go, and off, jumping away for the Group 1 Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz International Cup over the 1,800 metre trip, and away well Adib Al-Shahaniya over towards the inside, but working across from wider out, and coming through to take over now is Mostabsil Al-Khalidiyya, and goes on by around about a length and a half in these early stages, with Turkey Al-Khalidiyya up towards the outside, not too far away, and they're being chased by Al-Qasa, who's over towards the inside. Nadam Al-Mulk Al-Khalidiyya is right in the centre of the field at the moment, with up towards the outside, looking to step a little bit closer, Preciosa Al-Ashai, And then Mostabshil Al-Khaladiya as they continue their run, going down the far side of the track. And soon enough they'll be at halfway. Najib Al-Zaman in the Czechs in around about 3rd or 4th place. As up ahead here, Mostabshil Al-Khaladiya has got around about 3 lengths in hand as they now turn left-handed out of the back straight. Taking aim though is Nadem Al-Mulk Al-Khaladiya up towards the outside of Adib Al-Shahaniya. They're in 2nd and 3rd. With in behind those Moshrif now making up some ground to the outside of Najib Al-Zaman, who's just gently being squeezed along as they're now making the run back towards the straight. Mutawakkel Al-Khaladiya is a little wider out and they've moved away from the others, but it's at this point of the race where, as they come around the turn, we've got a change of leadership as Nadem Al-Mulk Al-Khaladiya goes on from Adib Al-Shahaniya, who's now racing in 2nd. No more from Mostabshil Al-Khaladiya, who dropped right away. It is Nadem Al-Mulk Al-Khaladiya with a good turn of foot, taking them on down inside the final 200 metres, now with a 4-length buffer over Adib Al-Shahaniya over to the inside of Moshrif, and out a bit wider is Mutawakkel Al-Khaladiya, who now moves into 2nd. Najib Al-Zaman follows those, but it's Nadem Al-Mulk Al-Khaladiya confirming the form over several of these for last time. A class act wins the Group 1. It is Nadem Al-Mulk Al-Khaladiya who's gone on to take tonight's feature. With giving chase Mutawakkel Al-Khaladiya and Najib Al-Zaman down the outside, but none of them any match for Nadem Al-Mulk Al-Khaladiya in the hands of Adel Al-Faradi. And this one has won with a good bit in hand as well, in a time of 2 minutes 3.57 seconds. Much too good for them. And this is a really, really smart purebred Arabian. It's very close in the end for 2nd place. That has gone to the judge. We'll just await confirmation to come through. But all on his own at the finish, Nadem Al-Mulk Al-Khaladiya has gone on to win once again. Mutawakkel Al-Khaladiya beaten some 4 lengths is home in 2nd. It was a head back to Najib Al-Zaman, who was crossed at the line in 3rd. And best of the rest in 4th was Adib Al-Shahaniya. But a lovely way to finish the card, a real classy winner. Nadem Al-Mulk Al-Khaladiya takes the Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz International Cup.